Good morning. Okay, let's see. Oh, there I am. How is everybody doing? Let's get my chats in the right place. I forgot to move them onto the screen. You there, go there. And you go there. Okay, just... There we go. There we go. Okay, let's move ourselves over to the game. And let's get to work. Alright? No time wasted. No time wasted. Get straight to work. Okay, so let's go here. And see what it was that I was planning to do today. Or, you know, what I thought I wanted to do today. Okay, so yesterday we got the characters working quite a bit. Well, no. What did we do? We worked on the progression system, right? I did fix bug with froggers not. I guess that's not there. We should maybe make a new one here. Call it bugs and stuff. Right, let's make it a heading of some sort. Hello, heading. Okay, and then in bugs we had a bug where the frog not dying the right. No, frog not dying, or well, not despawning, right? So I got that out of the way. Okay, what else did I get to do? Okay, we did UI stuff, I guess, yesterday, which is kind of, it's good that that's out of the way. Okay, let's see. I said here I want to randomize progression a little. Okay, this progression manager I can tick off. I think it works, right? Mostly. That's for the characters. Yeah, the character progression. Yeah. Okay, then I said randomize the progression a little bit. This is more frequent progression, but not all the stats affected. Okay, yeah. That was for the frogs and stuff, etc. Have a way of adding more spawn points. Okay. Create multiple levels or waves. Okay, so this is something we might have to get working on. But what I want to actually do today is... let's do it in here. Make current level, or call it level 1 look better. Okay, so basically I wanna see if we can make it look a bit better. I wanna get this mic in the right position, just so that, you know, it's something to look at, right? Everything else is coming along nicely, and the level looks kind of nasty. So I want to get it nice. I also want to make this pop-up work, so that we know when enemies evolve or get stronger, or whatever you want to call it, right? Okay. Okay, this rubble spawning for the totem is still a thing. Okay, so that's all good. Let's go to our time tracker. I think I forgot to stop it yesterday. Oopsie. Yep. Okay, so let's just go back. Yeah, this is not good. Let's change this to yesterday at 6. Okay, there we go. So now it's like, yeah, 3 hours, more or less. Okay, that's good. Okay, so let's see. Our progression system, character select menu. I can move these over, right? Because I did the basic things I wanted to do with those. So what we can do today is maybe just see what else is there. Oh, I must say, the crocodile is looking good. I think it's going to be cool. I need to also maybe start implementing that enemy. Okay, but for today, let's say we are going to just make the level one look better. Okay. Gonna open this up, we apply that template. It should be for game dev. Right, it's assigned to me, and the other stuff's important right now. And we can start that. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's get into it. So we're gonna do a lot of editor work today. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so it's obviously quite barren. There's not a lot going on. There's not a lot of stuff. We have our 3 totems. That's fine. I don't want to mess with that too much. Okay, so the first thing I want to do maybe is create, let's say, a ring or something around this. Invisible wall or whatever. Of some kind, right? Yeah, so we could this is obviously our main let's call this terrain, our main level area. All right, so we change that. Or main level, let's call it terrain instead. Or you know what, even better, let's do this. Let's create a empty parent and call that terrain. Right, so that's going to be terrain. Within the terrain we have our main level area, and we can sculpt the terrain a little bit if we wanted. But now what we could do is we could add under the terrain, we could add a few other terrains, for instance. If I can find it. Is it a 3D object? Terrain. Okay, so let's see how we do this. Okay, that's massive. I wonder if we could do this outside level area. I'm thinking about this now. If we just offset this thing like that, and then maybe make it a little bit lower, negative 0.1. So you can't really tell. Okay, I'm having ideas here. Okay, there's our canvas. Let's just hide that. Okay. So here's my idea. So we move this to like here or something. Right, and we can sculpt it now, right? So that's our main level area. So that's the area that will be used for the nav mesh and all that good stuff, right? I think the main, yeah, it's in the walkable layer. This one is not, right? So when the nav mesh gets drawn and figured out, nothing over there is going to be walkable. Right? Okay, so let's see. What can we do over here? So what I'm thinking is you could do something like sculpt it, obviously, a little bit. So let's see. What do we have here in terms of paint trees? Yeah, we could paint some trees, I guess. Paint terrain. And then this one is create neighbor terrains. Oh. Okay. I don't think that's necessary. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Sculpt, noise, terrace, clone, bridge, just like effects. And there's a lot of stuff we could do here. Okay, so let's just see what happens if we just clicked on this thing now. Nothing. Brush strength. Okay, something happened. Okay. So make the brush size a little bit smaller. Okay, so let's say, for instance, we have like a mountainous area. I have no idea what I'm doing. Damn, that looks horrible. What? Okay, wait. Do we have like a noise? Noise. A noise sculpt does. I can't really tell. Ugh, you know. Oh no, we didn't want to go to our main level. Okay, so we could always just go flatten terrain, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's use this brush. No. Okay, this is terrible. It's not working the way I wanted it to. Okay, we need something like this. Not for there. Oh my greatness. So why when I want to raise the terrain, this thing just works amazingly, but flattening it doesn't want to do anything. I need to do control click. Okay. Okay, dokie, I see. Okay, so that looks a bit better. Okay, let's see if we can sculpt some noise in there. Make the brush a bit smaller. Okay, now we need to flatten the slope a bit, maybe. Yeah, it looks like that's the one I wanted. Okay, you know what? Can we reset this thing? Okay, that's reset enough, I think. Actually, let's just go run around quickly. I just want to see how this comes through. And I think I should also be able to run on it. The enemy shouldn't be able to follow me, right? Okay, let's just go with the knight. The ranger. Yeah, so the ranger can get into this area, no problem. Yeah, they can't follow me there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so they can only navigate to the edge of this thing. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that's what it's gonna look like. So we don't really need it that far, right? So this thing is probably way too big. But let's try and sculpt a little bit using noise. I guess I have no idea how. Oh yeah, this is way better. Okay, I like this guy. Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect. I just need it to feel. Okay, I'll fix that later. A little bit textured. You know what? We can actually go to the. Okay. Okay, then we can set height maybe. Wait, which one was that? Good morning, well, Kurama. Thanks for the follow. Kurama23. You're watching me do probably the hardest thing I can do. This is from my weakest point. Making anything work in terms of the terrain. Okay. That looks horrible. Okay. We can figure this out. We can figure this out. Let's see. What is I don't know what any of these things do, to be honest with you. Okay, what is okay, flatten slope? I think I know that one. So that would okay, brush size way too big. This is just gonna. Yeah, no, I don't know what this one does. Apparently. Smudge. Ah, jeez, why are these brushes? People use this to make way bigger things. How are you doing, Kurama? And why is this thing not doing anything? Oh, I'm good, thanks. Ah, jeez. Okay, sculpt. Let's do some erosion. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that actually kind of gives me what I want. In terms of just feathering this stuff in, right? Okay. So let's erode it then. Should get this a little bit cleaner. There we go. So the idea here is not so that this doesn't have to be perfect. I just want, if you're playing the game, I want there to be something around the actual playable area, right? Otherwise it looks kind of weird. So if we take the Robin, for instance, and we go running around, this is where the playable area ends, and then here you can still see off into the distance, right? It's not like there's just a gap. Nah, and actually I did way too much, because off into the distance. What programming language do I know? Let's say I know Python, C, and then currently I'm using C# for this game. I've dabbled in quite a few other languages over the years, but currently I would say that, you know, like Python and C# is probably the only two that I realistically can code with. Am I a software engineer? No, not at all. I am not a software engineer. I am a mechanical engineer that taught himself how to do some coding. Yeah, the only like we had one module in university where we did a little bit of C coding. Yeah, I guess. I like the fact that I can build stuff with software, right? When you become a mechanical, like, I would say most engineers have this desire to build something, right? Or design something that gets built, or, you know, something like that. The problem is you don't always have the resources to do that. And that is especially true for mechanical engineering, for instance, because it's not like, you know, I can't design some turbine and then go build it in my flippin' garage. That's not necessarily how it works. So in the end, you know, I started dabbling in programming because it scratches that itch, right? And it's just something I could do here at home, in my office, at my computer, right? If that makes sense. But yeah, generally, I mean, I enjoy creating and designing and figuring stuff out and some math every once in a while. Okay, let's add some noise here. Let's make this brush less powerful. Okay, obviously I went over the edges a bit. Yeah, something like that. And then we could add some trees. How do you do trees again in this thing? Ah, okay, there's the tree painter. No trees defined. Okay. So we edit trees, we add some trees. Please assign a tree. That's the plan. Let's see. What do I have for trees? Okay, we have all these trees. Low poly stuff. I think this is sort of Atlas to prefab. We want the prefab trees. Add. Okay, let's add some more trees. Are you? Come on, man. Come on. Add that tree. What's the bend factor? Who knows? Just add the trees. Okay, so we have 2 trees. Let's get some more variety in there. Okay, I think I have this one and this one. We can add this one. We want the, not the FFX, the prefab. This seems unnecessarily tedious. Ah, what am I doing? Tree. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, add. Okay, so let's see. How's this gonna look if I start painting trees? Whoa. Wait. These trees are tiny. Oh, wait, no, I can't. I just can't see them. Okay, how do they actually compare to the... Okay, they seem to be roughly the same size, right? Okay, but this brush is way too too dense. Tree density is as small as you can be. Let's go here, and I think billboard start. If I increase this, I can see more. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let's go back to tree painting. These trees are too small. How do I increase the size? Tree height. Kind of looks a little bit better already. I'm not a fan of them being this small, though. What happens if I come and edit the prefab? So the painted trees didn't get larger, only the the place trees got larger. Aye. Okay, just chill out, my man. Okay. I don't know. Can I scale the terrain itself? This is going to be interesting. That did nothing. Okay, so you can't do that. Okay, let's go here. How to make trees bigger? Unity terrain paint. Please. Terrain editor's paint tree tool. You can scale the height and width. You can. Select terrain, open paint trees, just height and width. No man, there's no such slider. I checked. Am I blind? I am in the paint tree tool. Tree height. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Okay, so it can be random. Does this only apply to new trees? I don't see any variation in the height. They all seem the same to me. Whoa. Oh, geez. Do you have to click on the tree that you want to paint? Oh, my word. Okay. Okay, but let's erase some of these trees first. Okay, so let's see. So these trees, I only want them kind of on this side. That makes sense because this is like the greenish side. That side is more arid, or it's got to look a little bit more arid, right? Okay. So let's go with that. Okay, and let's now try Whoops. Okay, the next thing I want to try doing is paint some details, or maybe a texture instead. Paint terrain. I think there's a paint texture button here. Okay, let's see. Where can we find a texture to paint? Terrain. I think it's material, or is it layers? Empty. Oh, add layer. Yeah, okay. Grass layer. And a ground layer. Okay, so let's add the ground, and then we add layer grass. So if we select the ground layer, okay, you can see. Oh, I saw I painted everything, it seems like. Why did that happen? Shouldn't it? It just applies this layer, I guess. Okay, let me add layer grass layer. Okay, do we need to put it on top of the ground? Apparently. Okay. Why didn't it let me paint the terrain? I thought this is a painting tool. I just slapped the terrain onto everything. I wanted to paint this. Oh, okay. Yes, I have no idea what I'm doing. It's kind of funny. Okay, well, the first thing is I don't want these layers to just slap on there. So in this case, how did I change this? Is it with layer properties? Okay. Now it allows me to paint. Okay. Or not. Ah, jeez. Okay, if I remove layers. This is such a Such a pain. Okay, let's drink some coffee. I must say, I enjoyed doing the coding stuff way more. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, okay. I want to select the layer. Remove some of it, please. Okay, now it is painting. Okay, let's select this layer. No, I don't know. Okay, let's go back to sculpting instead. And no, sculpting, we're not painting textures, we're just eroding. Hydraulic erosion is fine. I want to push back all of this stuff a little bit. Can we make this brush strength a little bit better? No, not the strength, the size. Shift a click. Now it's doing something. Okay, wait, let's see. Increase the strength. It seems like I'm painting this now on top of the other one, but it's not. Let's see. Okay, so the grass is kind of painting. It's just not painting enough. Let's make the brush super small. Let's make the brush max. Okay, so even now it's kind of bad. Come on, paint more. Maybe I started with green and then I made it. I think that might be what I did. Yep. No, man. What the hell? Okay. Okay. Add layer again, grass. Okay, so I might have done this. And then I added the ground. And then I selected the ground layer with a brush. And I painted some ground on top of this. Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, brush strength way lower. Brush size a little bit bigger. Yeah, so that's how I got the effect going, yeah. Okay, unfortunately I can't go back. This is kind of annoying. How do I, get the... How do we remove? How do we unpaint? I've painted, I want to unpaint. Come on, man. Come on. How to unpaint texture in Unity Terrain. Oh jeez, that's everything caps on. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, maybe it's this. Maybe if I check, I use the brush and I do mask filters and I do a negate. Doesn't seem to do anything. Nope, it's not what I wanted. Add 5. What the hell? That's weird. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Huh. Okay, what if I do this? Interesting. So if I select the grass layer, huh. Yeah, okay, this is really not what I wanted to do. Okay, if I delete the ground layer, okay, so now we just have a bunch of grass. Okay, add layer ground. Add layer ground. Okay, select ground. For my brush, make sure my brush isn't something ridiculous. Brush strength all the way down. Let's see. Okay, so we paint this side a little bit. Okay, we can paint on there as well. We go off into the brown, and then we can take this brush size, make it a bit smaller. Feather that in a bit. Okay, something like that. So I only need to make the parts that you can see look like something, right? Wait, what am I doing? Brush size. Okay. Now, what we can do is we can make the brush strength super small, brush size a bit bigger. Just a slight discoloration. Let's go and see what this looks like. If we run around a bit. Yes, how's my coffee this cold already? Okay, so there's a bit of a problem here. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a bit of a problem. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this terrain is overlapping here. You can clearly see it. Okay, so let's go get our erosion tool. And push this a bit back here. Okay, something like that, hopefully. Let's see if this looks a bit better. Okay, we also need to get this to be... Okay, so we can obviously run over that, which is not good. We want to not have that happen. But yeah, that looks a little bit better, I think. Okay. Okay, so we can definitely make this look a little bit better, I think, if we do paint texture again, ground very... no, not that one, this one. Nah. Okay, undo, thank goodness. wonder something. So if we do neighbor terrains, okay, no, we don't have to worry about that stuff. Okay. Okay, we're done with the terrain stuff, I think. Okay, let's go to our characters. Okay, so what I want to make now is like an invisible border wall or something like that. So let's create empty here. Not within global volume, thank you. Let's do it under terrain. Let's call it the level border wall. Okay, and then we add underneath it. Let's see, what do we create? Let's just create an empty underneath this, and then we can say I don't know, wall 1. Okay, so let's see how we do this. So what does a wall need? I think it needs just a collider. Box collider should be fine, right? Yeah. So we need a box collider, and we put this on the walkable layer, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, now let's see how this box collider looks. Okay, so that tiny little thing over there. Okay, cool. So the first thing we want to do is drag it pretty much the entire length of the map, I would say. I think the map is like 250, if I'm not mistaken. 125. Actually, we can figure that out. If we look at this settings over here. Terrain width and length, 250, 250. Yeah. So wall 1. Look at this, 250. Its position is at 000. That's okay. What if we did this and then moved it to the 125 position instead? Okay. Let's add a component. Let's add a mesh renderer, perhaps. And what? Okay, wait, no, I'm dumb. Yeah, we need to add the mesh as well. Mesh. Is it a mesh filter? I don't know. Looks like it. So we just want some kind of a block. Maybe just a cube, actually. Cube. Okay, fine. Okay, material can definitely do a bit better here. Okay, there we go. There's our default material. Okay, now what we could do, let's see. Okay, so if we take this thing and we scale it, right, in the Z to 250 times. Nope, not like that. 250. Did I also scale the collider? Yes, I did. So the collider, just make it 1. So now it's the size of the box. Okay, this is just something to visualize all this with. Okay, let's make the X position. Right, so if we move it in this direction a little bit, 0.5, I think. That's perfect. So, yeah. Now we duplicate this. Okay, and then this one we put on the opposite side. So 250.5, for instance, right? And then this one we could put, okay, we can rotate it 90 degrees, first of all. And then we put it at Z equals to minus 0.5 and 125 in the X, right? And then the last one, 125 at the X and Z 250.5 and then rotation 90 degrees. Okay, so now we have a wall, theoretically. So let's try this. Let's see what this looks like. See if this contains my character at least. So if you select the Robin, yeah, okay, so we can't get out of here. This is the border. Okay, let's just run all the way over to the other side. Let's see, okay, can't get out there. We have some nonsense happening. Okay, but it effectively works, right? Okay, now if we look at our nav mesh, just look at this thing. Okay, so yeah, so let's bake this again. Okay. Yeah, but effectively just looking for walkable. Okay, this bit's kind of annoying, but we could do something there. Okay. Pausing it. Okay. So, now what we could do, we could just add a couple of other things to my terrain. Yeah, so within terrain we can create an empty and just call these objects for now. Okay, so let's see. Let's open our file explorer. Go see what we have available to us. Okay, so we have all these prefabs, Atlas. Okay, so that's like this, just so many. Let's look for something that sounds terrainish. Fruit and veg. Rocks. I know there's mountainous stuff here as well. Terrain. There's literally one that's called terrain. Okay. So open that up, see what that means. Okay, yeah, so we have these cave entrances and stuff like that. Ooh, caves actually. Caves? That would be kind of cool. Okay, yeah, but we have those. And I think there's mountain type thingies here as well. Yeah. These ones. Yeah, look at that. Okay, I don't know what that is. Yeah, but we can get these mountainous things going. Okay, these are just rock faces. Oh, this would actually be kind of cool. Cliff edge. Or a... Yeah. Rock divot. Ah, so many things to play with. Let's put the cliff edge in here. I just want to see... Oops. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. I want this. Where's our cliff edge? Let's go put it over there. Maybe. Okay, so obviously it needs to rotate. Yeah, I mean, what you could do now, you take this, stick it in there. Could even scale it if we really wanted to, for instance. Let's see if we duplicate this. How do they overlap? I mean... maybe not amazingly? Okay, wait, I'm cooking, yeah. No, just give me a minute. Give me a minute. This is really the really hard part about game dev, I'm telling you. And let's... Nobody's gonna see it at this angle, so it probably doesn't matter. Okay, let's see, let's grab the player, move them all the way over there, and then when we play, we can see how this looks. Like, is it a nice feature? Does it break something with the camera angle? I don't know. You know, I don't know. Okay, so we obviously can't just go all the way in there. Okay, we cannot. Okay, we can walk into this. That's a problem. Okay, it's a bit. It's off the ground a bit, so I need to let it go down. Also need to make it collidable. But generally speaking, I mean, I can't see that it's weird or anything. It just looks like a massive cliff face. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, so let's take all of them and smush them into the ground a bit, because they were floating. Right, so now they're inside the ground a little bit. Also, what layers are they on? Okay, so we get... Okay, so let's see. So the character... Currently, if we go to our player movement script, I believe it is. Player movement script. Let's see. So somewhere here, I do a cast to see what I'm interacting with. Let's just see. Collision cast, yeah. So I'm doing a collision cast, and I have a walkable layer mask. And I added to that walkable and enemy buildings. Okay. So technically, what I could do is I could just take all these things. Actually, I could just take objects and put it in the walkable layer. And then, yes, change children as well. And now, everything should collide with that. And even the nav mesh, if I go to my nav mesh, if I can find it. Oh, there we go. And we bake this thing again. Yeah, look at that. The nav mesh notices that, okay, things can walk there, but it's obviously quite a slope, so things are not going to walk there. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I kind of like this. I feel it's going to look good. Okay, yeah, that's way better. Yeah, and I can't walk on top of it or anything. How is there still a gap there? Jeez. And there. Okay, let's pause this. Okay, you. Okay, first of all, how do I save things that I do while the game is running? Okay, Google, help me out here. Okay, how to save changes in play mode Unity. In play mode Unity, come on. Check the save during play on any virtual camera in the inspector to enable this feature. Save changes made in play mode to any component, build in custom, okay? In play mode, right-click the component to open the context menu. Click Save Now or Save when exiting play mode, okay? Right click. Okay, let's make a change first. So let's say this one, we want to move it, or we want to rotate it a bit, for instance. So let's say we rotate it like this, right? For instance, and then a little bit like this. Okay. So we moved it. Now it would be saved. Well, it wouldn't be saved, right? Okay, so if we unpause this, we can now go there and be like, yeah, that looks a bit better, right? It's now not floating. Then we can come here and be like, something's not like it there. Let's pause this one as well. Find the one that's floating, and let's just jam it into the floor. Okay, we rotated it, and then this one is also okay. Now this one's floating in a different way, so let's do a move as well to just get it into the ground. And this one, jam it into the ground. Okay, cool. So let's go there. Okay, there's now some other nonsense happening at there. This is now with that one, right? Okay, we can pause. That looks better. We can hide some of this with like foliage or, you know, something like that. Okay, there we have some ugliness. Alright, so between this one, yeah. Okay, so this one we might wanna move it a bit so we can get rid of that clipping nonsense that's happening there. And then we probably want to rotate this a little bit. Something like this, and then it clips through, obviously. Okay, but if we play, yeah, I mean that just looks better, right? Like you can run all the way around here. There's something weird. We can hide that with something. There we go. Kind of like that. Yeah. Okay. Now, how do I save this? I'm not convinced that it's saving. Oh, this is a play mode. Oh, this is a plugin. Sorry, that's not a play mode. What am I saying? Save during play mode. What? There's no way. I know for a fact there was. This seems just bad. Okay, so they're telling me I need to come here, select all of these, copy them, what are these now? Why did the icon change? They're no longer prefabs, it seems like. Ah, there must be a way. I'm sure I've seen this before. Edit. Player, play mode. let's see. I want to move objects while in play mode. And then save the new position in Unity. Ah, jeez. There's such a... Move objects in Unity. Okay, let's see. No, this is not anything I want to do. You can store position when plane mode is stopped. Ugh, it's fine. We'll just work around it, I guess. Okay, but this looks kind of good. I don't think that's too bad. Okay, now we can do, some beautifying here, I guess. Add some things and some more details and rocks and stuff like that. So let's see. What do we have? Let's put this stuff over here. Let's make that a bit smaller so we can more easily browse. Okay, so we did the cliff faces now. These ones, I think. No, these ones, right? Okay, but we could easily go and add a few more things if we wanted. Let's see what we have here. For terrain, might not be anything for terrain, if I'm honest. Ooh, the cave could be interesting. This is a cave entrance. Mr. Cave. Just want to see a cave entrance. Stick it there. Now it's not the same color, hey? Damn it. What about you? No, you came from a different cliff or a different mountain. That's a snowy one. Damn it, man. Why? Okay. Let's get rid of the cliff. The cave. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? Vegetation or something like that, right? Maybe just rocks. Let's see what kind of rocks we got. There we go. This might look fine. So we cover up these little imperfections here. Just make sure it's... Yeah, that's not so bad. I like that. Rock archway. Why is it so white? Eesh. The whitest rock in the world. Yeah, these rocks look fine. Right, they can live there on the cliff face a little. Something like that. And what I really want are some shrubs and stuff, I think. Whoa. This is a massive rock. Okay, we don't need that one. Oh. Is this Pride Rock? That looks kind of cool. I think I'm gonna put this one somewhere. I don't know. Let's stick it in. Stick it in back here and then rotate it a little bit. Something like that. Right, it shouldn't be too much in the way. Yeah, that's fine. Where's this one? Just some... Okay. Now that's okay. Huh. Crystals. No. Coral. No. Clouds. Maybe one day. Ruins. No, that doesn't fit. Some fencing. Dungeon. Druid home. I know there's a vegetation one. Oh, there it is. Yeah. all kinds of vegetation. Okay, I'm already using quite a bit of the stuff, especially the tree stuff, right? Let's see what else is there that's kind of interesting. Some palm trees, a log. Okay, this is now tiny stuff, right? So let's see, we should... Okay, let's zoom in here and let's see if foliage... Yeah, we could have a small tree living there. Maybe one living there. And some other foliage thingies here and there. Creating a little garden. My little garden. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just some little thingies. Yeah, but I kind of like these ones because they... Yeah, we can put some of these shrubbies in there as well. There we go. Look at that nice little shrub corner there. Okay, you can get like one of those there and one of those kind of growing out there. Right, something like that. Maybe we even have a particularly stubborn little weed that grows out the top. I don't know. No, not one of those. It's like a leaf growing out the rock there. Why not? There's a little crevice. Let's stick some of this foliage in. Something. Yeah, just something like that. Just decorative, right? Yeah, add some of those flat plants there as well. Cool. We should add some of these dead trees in this area, I think. What are you? It's like a branch. Okay. Okay, let's add some of this here again. Stick it up in there. Some of these little bushy things. Like so. We should have some cacti over here. Yeah, but before we go to the cacti, let's just stick another shrub in there. Mr. Cactus, just no, not right now, please. Okay, something like that. Can we stick some? That doesn't work there. Yeah, why not? Yeah, no, this thing is tiny. Yeah, that's literally just some sticks. No. Why are you trying to replace things? I didn't want that. Okay, yeah, we could totally have this thing lying flat here. Okay. What? Why is it chugging? Okay, let's go to where the hell did I plant all these things? Oh jeez. Okay. That's potentially an issue. Let's see, objects. Okay, we could also make one empty, and let's just call it decoration. And we take all these chunks and stuff, and we just drag them in there. Yeah, then we can do that. We could do that. We could do that. Okay, so let's go to this grid thing. Now, I don't really remember how I did this, but I know I have a grid, right? So I have a grid, and I know there are some grids. Let's take out that one. Tile palette. There we go. Create a new tile palette. No, I don't think that's the idea. We need a game object brush. Yes, that's right. So let's go here. And basically, well, actually, we don't need to do it from here. We can actually just do it from this. And we can select the tree or whatever we want to paint. So I wanted to paint some cacti. So we drag it over here. Right. Okay, now if I say paint with active brush, let's just zoom in. Yeah, there we go. So this area can have a little bit more cacti, for instance, and then what we can also do, I think we can add multiple elements here. Nah, you can't really. Oh no, you can. You just change the size and then you can add more elements. Yeah, that's true. But I'm not going to do that. Let's check these vegetations, right? So what does this look like? Don't do that. They're a bit bright. What about these ones? So that's that one. And that's this one. Oh, no, wait. I'm not... No, I'm stupid. I need to first drag it in there. Okay, this is just more like grass. Okay. Huh. Well, let's see. Let's see if we can't size to, if we do 2 by 2. Right, then, oh, no. 1. 1 for the Y, and then on the Z we do another 2. Now we can have 4 elements, right? Yeah. Okay, so now we could, for instance, do something like this. Well, I actually don't know how this works. So let's do that one there, this one there, and let's do like a little flower thing. I don't know, or something. I have no idea. Do those vegetation, and I don't know, this one here. Okay, so what does this now look like, this brush? Okay, that looks horrible. That's such a bad brush. Okay, so let's see, how do we... Can we not make this randomize or something? guess not. Okay, let's just make everything 1 again. 1. And actually, let's just undo. Okay, and let's just make this elements 1 and 1. Okay, and then let's drag the grass element in there. Where are you, Mr. Grass element? Is it really that high up? Okay, there we go. Drag you in there. Now let's try something. 5. 5. So we scale it massively. Okay, so they look quite large now. I think they look quite large. Okay, so we don't want that. Not that size. How do I do this one? Ah, okay. That doesn't work, so scaling it just makes it bigger, but it's now bigger around that point. I want my grid physically bigger. How do I do that? Can I change my grid over here? Does that make sense? Don't know if it does. Then this is not the same thing. Yeah, that's not the same thing. I think this is my grid. Cell size, yeah. Wait, why is the cell size 3 by... Okay, let's make it 5. By 5. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait, maybe it's 5 by 5? Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay, let's make it 10 by 10. Okay, so now if I do something like that... Yeah, they actually can't overlap now, hey? Yeah, this is potentially gonna look very shit. So, you know. Let's paint that in there. Let's play the game. Let's see how this looks. Okay, Mr. Tile Palette, can you just go live somewhere else, please? Thank you. Okay, Ranger, let's go see how shit this looks. Yeah, that's way too much, eh? Yeah, that's terrible. No. Let's just go vegetation, grass. It's not you. It's me. Gee, where's this going? Oh, it's inside tile map. Okay. Okay. So I want to decorate the place a little bit, but yeah, that seemed bad. Okay, let's just reset this. 1 as the scale. Okay, what does it actually look like? Yeah, what's happening now? Okay, we have our elements. Paint. Okay, so okay, let's just go to our grid and make it like 3 by 3, 2 by 2. Yeah, okay, so that's roughly the size they want to be. Okay, so if we do something like this. I just don't know if these grass thingies look better if they are... It's a bit hard to know. Let's try it. Yeah, okay. We're gonna get rid of the grass. All of it. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, I think you need to do this with like textures or something. A little clumps of grass or something maybe is even fine. But yeah, this is bad. This doesn't look any good, to be honest with you. Yeah. Okay. Okay, but we at least have a little bit of decoration going on now. And there's some trees, and the world doesn't... So let's just appreciate the world a little bit. I'm just gonna run around, see if I see anything that looks kind of strange. From the player's perspective, right? Okay, so none of these funny grass things now. Okay, I didn't bake the mesh, so these guys... Yeah, this looks kind of good. Come over here, you're like, oh, that's nice. Look at that. Yeah. Little shrubs and stuff next to the cliff face. Okay, obviously we could just walk through those right now, which is kind of bad, but you know. Yeah, we will obviously try to hide that. And I can go through that for some reason still. I think it's not walkable. Yeah, but this is fine. Okay, those trees are colliding. One down here. Okay, I'll get rid of these small trees, I think. Okay, let's clean up those small trees on this edge over here. So that's this outside level area, paint trees, shift to erase trees. Let's just make the brush size very small. No, I'm pretty sure these trees... Okay, there we go. Okay, nav mesh. Let's just rebake you quickly. Okay, that's good. And then the border walls. All of these guys, I want to switch off their mesh renderers. You don't want to see them necessarily. Preferably. Okay, you need to be on the walkable layer. Right, let's also just check the nav mesh. Did it figure out what to do with these guys? No, it did not. Okay, so this. Okay, I need to go in here and just make you on the walkable layer. Now, if we go back to the scene, let's get rid of that. Okay, just make all this not clickable. It can be that just can't click on it. Actually, let's just make all the terrain stuff not clickable. Okay. So you are now walkable. You are walkable. Okay, cool. That means we can make the nav mesh rebake again. And it avoids the cacti as well. Also, these cacti are too close to one another, so let's just delete one. There was another one like that, another double cacti, I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. Okay, so now if we play, wait, what did I just do? What did I just do? Good. What's this problem here? Mesh Collider is not supported on terrain at the moment. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So these guys have mesh colliders instead of capsule colliders. I remember now. Okay, so let's add component capsule collider instead. Oh, that's roughly fine. And delete the mesh collider. Remove. Okay, and then you have the same problem. Add a capsule collider then and get rid of the mesh. Add component capsule collider. Meh. Can I, but this is now this one. Yeah, you sorted. Okay, so I changed them now. Let's play again. I don't know what the serial object problem is here. Who knows? Okay, so now, yeah, there's no more ugly box around the edges. We just have a nice cliffside over there. Our lighting is a bit weird there. Okay, but here we have that cliff. So yeah, so we can't actually go any further. Yeah, maybe we should put a little bit of an indicator there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just make it... Let's make it obvious that you can't go there. Because right now it's... Yeah, it feels bad if you just... Okay, so let's enable the mesh renderer again. But... Okay, let's see. So we need to do a couple of things here. So... Could we change the thickness of these walls, maybe? 0.1. Okay, so now they're not super thick, they're just like a line. Right, and we change the material here. Maybe just to something... What does a shield material look like? That's interesting. Huh. Okay. We want it to be something like a... Look like a barrier, right? Okay, that looks terrible. Particles. Maybe one day we can make like a smoke particle or something flying here. Let's search for a material. No, actually, let's search for type. I want just materials. I want to see what I have available to me here. Wow. Yeah, maybe something like this, actually. What is this like? A blast? Looks a bit transparent, like a glass wall. That doesn't look too bad. A buff light. This is just a circle. Woo. Woo. There's a bunch of particle stuff. Yeah, I think the shield type of materials. So let's see if I... Yeah, let's put the blue shield in. Okay, let's play. Let's see how that looks. If it looks terrible or not. Hopefully it looks possible at least. Okay. Select the Ranger. Okay, so we can see now there is something there. Not super visible from this angle. We also shouldn't let it cast. Okay, but at least you get an idea that okay, there's maybe something there, right? Okay, that doesn't look great, but anyway. Yeah, so you get the idea, right? I think that works fine. Okay. Let's just do a couple of things with this. First of all, how do I switch off shadow casting? Shadow cast off. Guess should this be true for all of them? Okay, let's take all of them and give them the blue polygon shield thing, and then shadow cast off. Okay, so that's fine. Don't know what that means. Okay, so now we just need to go to like the borders and fix them up a little bit. The thing, this thing is now 0.1 thick, so we need to do this negative 0.05 basically. I think that's the main thing. We just have to do a 0 additional here. Something like that, and finally that one. 0. Now if we come to the corners, for instance, that one over there, why sometimes this thing moves super fast, the scroll, and then other times it just doesn't want to. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Let's see if we make them... Let's make them 0.4, and then this. Okay, now let's just flip and reset this 125. 250. Okay. Here we go. No idea what this is. Okay, let's clear some of these. Okay, let's just try this again. Let's go play and see if anything looks a bit better. Yeah, I have no idea where this is coming from now, but anyway. That is okay. Okay, cool. So now there's like a little border thingy around the map telling you, listen, you can't actually exit this. Okay, obviously we can't go through the cliffs either. Okay, it's there as well. I guess that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine with this. So at least we don't have that ugly, you know, void of nothingness there now. And we have this subtle blue little line telling you, you know, stay inside. I'm happy with that. Ooh. I'd stop. I made way too many frogs appear. Okay, I kind of like this. So we made it look a little bit better. I mean, I didn't do too much. But basically, I just filled in the environment a little bit beyond the borders of the terrain. Right, we added a nice little cliffside feature over there. And yeah, I think that's kind of nice. I don't know. It's good enough for me right now. I don't know where this is. Create serialized objects. Yeah, because it's a Unity editor problem. It's probably one of those errors that you need to restart for. Yeah, okay. It seems like a very specific problem that I'm gonna have to go find. gonna try restarting Unity, I think. Big grid editor. Wait. Click there. Okay, it's the grid editor. What do I do with the grid? Let's just see. I don't think this has got anything to do with it. Could it be this? Don't think so. The tile map itself. I did do something with the grid. Ah. Okay. Let's just Google the whole thing, right? Okay, I assume I broke something with the grid editor. I have no idea. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what's going on here. Is it my grid? Is it the tile map thing? Palette here? Maybe? Let's make it a default brush again. Is it the grid brush script that's breaking? I have no idea. Don't think so though. Can we set it back to default? Okay, I'm gonna save all this stuff. Save all this. Save all this. Let's close the project and reopen. Close and reopen the project. You know, sometimes Unity gets a bit funny. Let's see if this fixes it. Okay, there's some other problems, but let's play. Oh, please fix it. I don't want to go find this problem. Thank you. Thank you. Number of frogs and litters expected to be the same. Nice. Okay. Very good. Okay, there's the border. Very good. Small trees. Okay, let's go look at this. So this is angular velocity is equal to 0, but I make it kinematic, but now for some reason it's trying to do that. Let's just do that. I just want to see. I think what this does again is it might make it spin around. Maybe. But maybe we don't actually need that script anymore. So let's see. Cleaning up all these errors. Gonna feel good when that happens. Okay, let's try again. So I know it's a bomb problem. So let's see what the bombs smells like. Swamp. So it's gonna be a lot of frogs. That's good actually, because I want to test the frogs. Okay. Okay, the bomb didn't actually break, so the bomb still looks fine. Yeah. The bombs don't look weird. So I don't need that piece of script anymore. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, let's get rid of some of these. Ooh. Okay, there's our wall. I think this thing will just go through it, right? Yeah, it can explode on that side, but it doesn't make a difference. What? Oh, but they despawn still. Okay, so we still have that problem with the frogs floating around, but at least they despawn eventually. So they don't. Yeah, the timer continues, I guess. It must have something to do with the NavMesh agent, because that's the thing causing it to follow me around. So actually, let's look at that quickly. So in the state machine, yeah, when we do the death, set the state to dead, and we should just disable the NavMesh. Let's look at the movement script. Maybe that's where it's trying something funny here. Where the hell is the movement script? I'm sure there was a movement script. Ah, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, sorry. Range bomber enemy. Movement script. So if we're not dead, okay, that's fine. Else, if we are being pushed. Else, if we turn out to be dead, make this false. Okay. Can we do or game? No, wait, this might not. Yeah, I'm thinking of just doing it or. We check what the state machine is doing. So I think there's a state problem here. So we do have the RBE state machine, so we could do. Let's see, RBE state machine. Where are you? Yeah, so it sets is dead true, and the way I got around this thing from not despawning is I run death and I check just is dead. And that way we can still destroy it even if it's dead. But somehow, yeah, so somehow the dead state gets overwritten. So maybe it's as easy as just doing here. If no. If state is not equal to state dot dead, we could do all this stuff, right? So if we've already killed the frog, we shouldn't be able to change the state, right? Death is the final state always, because I think this is what's happening. So it's coming in, and it might change it to dead, so the state is not dead. It changes it to dead, and then it changes it to idle at the end of the attack animation or something funny like that, which then causes him to do all kinds of funny things like, you know, drag behind your character even when they're dead. Yeah, so this should be better now. Or at least that bug shouldn't occur anymore. Okay. I also want to do some other things. Okay. Let's just play. See if these frogs behave. It's a little dry. Okay, that's unfortunate. So we're going to get way more lizards than usual. There will be some frogs, but yeah. It's going to be a lot of lizards. Oh, I say that, this is not a lot of lizards. Let's get rid of the totem. Wait, how have I not taken damage? Oh, they just missed me. Oh, there I take damage. That didn't miss me. That was right on my face. Okay, so what I'm thinking right now as I'm playing this is I do have a little bit of an information problem. Yeah, so the problem is I don't know where the totems are. I also don't quite know. Yeah, if I don't know where the totems are, and there's no real, the landmarks, you know, they don't exist. Everything kind of looks the same. So it's a little bit different to orientate yourself, and I can see that being a problem with the map being the size that it is. So what I'm thinking is we either need some kind of a mini-map or just some indication system that can show you, give you an idea where you are on the map and where you should be going, right? So yeah, so either a mini-map, which I have no idea how to implement. Okay, there we go. Killed the last totem. Kill all these annoying. You can take 20 damage and not die. That's ridiculous. Okay. Same amount. Okay, so we gained 1 level, so we have 3 skill points. Let's go with the ranger. Okay. Okay. I don't think there's any issues now. Okay. Wow. Okay, so let's go into planning a little bit here. Make the level 1 look better. I think I can stop that. I've done that. Okay, so now we need to do some of our other planning. Okay, streaming to do. Make it look better. Okay, so that's fine. Warning pop-up, so that's UI stuff. More spawn points. Okay, so UI stuff, maybe we need some kind of indicator indicator or mini map. So, so the player has some idea where to go. Now, the minimap, I don't want necessarily to have it revealed. Yeah, maybe that's the way I do it. I make a minimap, but it's not revealed. So you need to explore the area. And that feels kind of bad as well. Because if you think about it, that means you literally have to go scan the whole area, right? Like a flip and printer, go zip, 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 so that you can get an idea where everything is. Yeah, and currently it's just an open map, so yeah, maybe we should have indicators to show you where to go, like an arrow pointing to something saying, hey, there might be something here, or yeah. We could also do it in a minimap, but yeah, I think something needs to happen, and I don't want it to be too tedious to go and find things, right? That's kind of the point here. I want it to be easy to find stuff, because you don't want the player to get like frustrated because where's this lost totem, and he's running around and there's not enough information from the environment. Like, it doesn't feel like you're going to a different place because everything looks the same. You don't have any idea where you are roughly in the world. So a minimap could help for that quite a bit, and so would indicators, right? So we need to do something like that. I also should add an aim marker. This is especially for very needed for Ranger, right? Because the Ranger, yes, it's hard to hit anything. It doesn't feel like you can aim with the Ranger, right? Okay, so those two things need to do. Okay, then there's obviously going to be a lot of balancing stuff that needs to happen to make the game fun. Okay, and then I think we could also add boss enemy. Okay, so there's a lot of things we can do here. Okay, but we need to add the some kind of a mesh just to visualize it. Maybe temporary, maybe we get the correct one. But we need to add in the mesh. Then we need to add all controllers. Let's call them the basic ones. And then we need to figure out some kind of a clever AI. So the fights feels good, right? Because currently the lizard is very basic, and then the frog is kind of interesting, and then I want the boss enemy to be very interesting, right? I want it to feel like this guy is actually thinking about what he's doing. Maybe you should even have phases or stuff like that, or multiple weapons, or who knows, right? So okay, so that could be the idea. So what are we gonna work on? Let's go to our not the to-do time tracker, and let's make a new one here. Call it UI stuff, because who knows what you do with UI. Let's just do this, add it to our project, and we can let's just stop. For instance, okay, no, there wasn't anything running. Okay, so let's start that. So we're gonna fiddle with all our UI stuff. So if we are in the game, so let's just play and think about this for a minute. So a little dry, expect more lizards than usual. So let's just take the chicken out for a run. Okay, let's pause it. So let's think about this. We could either have... So currently we have no idea where we are on the map, right? And if you look at this, it's a bit... I mean, it's not massive. Right, there you are. And theoretically, you could expect people to potentially go and find everything on this map. But it's kind of tedious. I don't know. I feel like it might be tedious. Because even for me, I mean, I know exactly where I place these camps, right? And it feels like I can't find them sometimes. Right? There's no indication of which way to go, you know. So, if we look at the game. So what we could do is we could just have little arrows, potentially, floating around the character. Small ones. They don't have to be super intrusive. Pointing towards, let's say, the totems. That you can go and destroy them. Or wherever the enemy camps are. And we can also do like power-ups and things like that you might go and collect. Something like that as well. So that might be the most elegant solution, I think. Or you could stick in like a mini-map over here. And then on the mini-map you can also get an idea of where you are in the world. Then at least you have an idea where you've been as well, perhaps. But again, there's not really a lot of I think the indicator is the right idea, because if you think about this, it's a very open world. There's no like alleyways and small little paths that you can go down and stuff like that, right? So a quest marker or a marker on the screen really, I think, is the better option, because a minimap is more useful when it's like a maze of streets and side streets and stuff like that, right? If you like trying to navigate a city or something, let's say. But this is a very openish, right? So we can just run straight to the thing we want to get to. There might be one or two obstacles, but it's very easy to just find your way around them. Whereas if it's like a maze, then obviously you can't just know it's up. You need to kind of figure out how to go up around all the obstacles or around the different paths. Okay. So we're doing the... Okay, so we're doing that. Now, how the hell do we do that? Very easy to say. Okay, so I think it's going to be attached to the player. Right, because that's our central point around which everything kind of happens. So let's see. Create empty for now, and let's call this indicators. Okay. Now, what does an indicator need to be? Let's create... I guess they could be UI elements. Yeah, just flat. Yeah, I guess that could work. Okay, but let's just create empty, and this is like a totem indicator. Thor indicator. Okay. I have no idea how to even start. Okay, let's see. If the totem indicator, we make it a UI element image, right? Okay, there we go. There we have an image on the screen in a canvas inside totem indicator. Okay. So let's go find an image source. Something like an arrow, I guess. Okay, there's a bunch of arrow stuff here. UI fold art. Okay, let's start with that. Okay, so we have our arrow. Yeah, let's see. If we rotate this. Yeah, it doesn't change actually. Oh, there's a rotation here. Okay, so that's how the Y rotation works. That's the Z. Okay, but that might not be what we want to do. So the totem indicator. Then we have the canvas, which is now obviously... Okay, let's just do this and this. That's just part of your canvas, okay. Render mode, world space, camera. Wait, where did this thing go now? Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, you know what? Canvas item thing, just go away now. I need to go and figure out how to do this. Okay, but for now we could just add a mesh. Right? We can do a mesh filter, and then we can do something like an arrow. Right, something like this. Any one of these arrows should work. Oh, la 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 la. Okay, let's just GUI text 3D arrow. Yeah, let's just grab one of these. Okay, where are you, arrow? Inside of the floor. Okay, let's lift you up a little bit. And to get you out there, perhaps? Okay, we need a mesh renderer as well. We need to give this thing a material. Okay, let's just search for materials. Let's just make it like blue. Okay. Let's rotate it negative 90 degrees. Okay. So now it's pointing in the Z direction. Okay. That's perfect. Let's make it bigger. Okay. So if we go into game mode, it's quite small. Well, I don't want it to be super big. So let's do that. Let's put it like 25 away, and let's see. In game mode. That's okay. We also don't want indicators to cast shadows, I think. Yeah. Okay, and now I think what we could do is if you take okay. So wait a minute. Let's create an empty object. Totem indicator. We add this one there, and then we call this one the arrow. Right, so now the arrow is inside the totem indicator. And if I take the totem indicator and I rotate it around the y-axis, yeah, so it's 180, 90, 0. Okay, that's good. And the arrow, we can now put it like somewhere. Put it at the edge of the screen. Okay, so that's like 36-ish. Okay, now let's see if we now rotate this guy. Okay, we lose it over there. Okay, so if it's at 90 degrees, it can easily be 50. And if it's at 180, it needs to be way less than 50, something like 32. No? Yeah, so we have 32 for up and down, and then like 50 for the others. And now let's just see if we rotate this thing to somewhere in between. Yeah, basically what I want is I want it to stick to the edge of our screen as much as it can. Huh. That's gonna be a interesting problem. Okay, so getting it to rotate, it's not gonna be that big a deal. Getting it to be inside of the view, that will be kind of a big deal. I think that's going to be difficult. Yeah, I can figure out what these points are, right? Let's drink some coffee. I could probably do the math if I'm honest. If I wanted, I could do the math. Yeah, because I could figure out each of these corners and angles. Okay, let's go to 45. So 45 would be somewhere there. Yeah, you see 45 is not the outermost point, right? It's somewhere there. Yeah. Yeah. Let's open paint. Let's open paint. Okay, so the thing is, we have, let's do this, make it white. Okay, so we have a rectangle, which is our screen, right? Then we have our character somewhere. No. I just want a brush. Yeah, sorry. I don't know how paint works. Okay, so I have a character somewhere here. Right. Okay, so but the thing is, it's a bit of a perspective, right? So things do not work the way they should necessarily. Yeah, so I can get this point, okay, and then obviously I'll have these two as well. So let's go get them. Let's see what they are. Okay, so let's go back to Unity. Just in Unity. And let's play with this thing, right? So if our arrow, okay, so our totem indicator, let's rotate this until it looks like it could be pointing towards that thing. So at around 60 degrees, let's say. And then our arrow, we can move all the way out there. Yeah, okay, so it's now moved behind our thing. Okay, so that's like the extreme. So it's 70 and let's call it 60 degrees. Let's call it 60 degrees and let's call it 65, right? So that's good enough. So 65 on the distance and 70 degrees on the angle. Okay, so this is 65. No. Why is this so small? Be bigger. So 65 degrees and no, it's 60 degrees and my Z is equal to 65. Okay, so the distance is 65 and it's at 60 degrees. Right? Am I right? Distance 65, 60 degrees. Fine. Okay, so that works. Okay, so let's move it to the other corner. See, now I can't see it already because it's too far away. So to the other corner over there. Okay, let's make these round numbers again. So like 50, 55, nah, 52. $125. So 52 and 125. You see, this is 52 degrees. Degrees. And Z equals. No. 125 degrees. Z equals 52. Right? Yes, 125 degrees. Z is 52. Okay, cool. And then we can do, let's say, in the middle here. So if we're on 180, then this needs to be like 32 or 31. Yeah. So over here, 180, 31. Looks pretty good. And up top, well, we can do the sides as well. No, not that one. Okay. To the sides, so 90 degrees. This thing can go all the way to 50. 50 looks fine. So 50. Okay, so 50 and 90. Right. So over here we have 90 degrees and it's 50 away. And at the top, no. Okay, at the top, so that's now 0 degrees. 0 degrees. And the arrow is looking good at around 34, I think. That's a little bit behind the text, but that's fine. So 34 and 0. So at 0 degrees, we are at 34. Okay. Let's see if we can find a pattern here. So now we have to open a spreadsheet. Yo, okay, I was not expecting this. Let's go Google G Sheets. Yeah, Google Sheets, whatever. Just go Google. Okay, an untitled spreadsheet. That's okay. So, make arrow indicator calculations. Okay, so I'm by no means an expert at this, but okay, so we have 0. Okay, let's just get our thing out. So 0, 60, 90, 125, and 180. 60, 90, 125, and 180. Right, those are our degrees. And then here we have our distance. Okay, and the distances are 34, 65, 50. Okay, let's do 34. Whoops. 34, 65, 30, 50. I think then it's 52 and 31. 52, 31, I think. Yeah. Okay. So let's see just what this data looks like if we add some kind of a chart. Okay, the x-axis would be the degrees, okay, and our y-axis, I don't know, add series, okay, add series, okay, so that would be our y-axis. That doesn't mean anything. What is this? Okay. What type? We didn't want it to be a column. We wanted it to be a line. Okay, so let's think about this as well. So what's the difference here? So another... Okay, so that's the tippity top. Then we'll have 270. And we'll have 360. Okay, so the difference here is 65. No, 55. This is equal to this plus this minus this. 235. Yeah, so it's 55. Okay. Then we're at 270. That's fine. And then we go another 30 degrees. So 300 and then 360. Okay, so we're missing a couple things here. So this should be 52 as well. This should be 50 as well. This should be 65. And this should be 34. Right. Okay, let's just check here quickly. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just do that. Good morning. Or good afternoon, eh? New Zealand. It's probably afternoon by now. I must say I'm struggling. As you can see by the fact that I'm making a spreadsheet or something, yeah. No, I'm just out of my depth a little bit. I think I need to go watch a tutorial or something. So what I'm currently trying to do is make this So a lot of things are going well. It's not. I'm just currently struggling. But I'm trying to make this little arrow indicator thing. If I can rotate this around, you see there it goes. Right. So what I'm trying to do now is to get it to kind of stick to the end, to the outside of the screen. I don't really know how to do that. So I'm trying to figure out my own way of doing it, which is probably going to be horribly complicated, but you know, I'm using geometry. I'm trying to calculate this now based on the angle that it's at. I want to give it a distance from the center or from the character so that it kind of sticks to the ends of a square screen. But yeah, it's a bit weird. It is a little weird. Yeah, because I want to just kind of rotate this thingy, if that's at all possible, in whichever direction I want it to point into. But then I also want, while it's rotating, for this Z distance to increase so it sticks to the outside a little bit. It's a mathematical conundrum. It's not that hard, it's geometry, but you know. So I'm making a curve. So this is my curve. So when it's at the top of the screen, it needs to be 34 away from the character. When it goes to the corner, so that's roughly at 60 degrees, then it's at the top right corner. Then it needs to be 65 away from the character, and then obviously it goes down to the side, and then it goes up a bit to the other corner. Now I'm thinking this might have been a nice so there might be a mathematical representation of this curve, right? It's not super obvious what it is. it's kind of a weird curve. But it might just be a combination of a couple of sinusoids, you know. Maybe. I don't know. It's a bit hard to figure that out just by looking at it. I could also just interpolate. So I could do that. I could just linearly interpolate this and tell it to, you know what, if you're at 0 degrees, you can follow this line all the way to 65, which I'm honestly considering. Because then you have 1, 2, 3, 4 points, well, 4 zones to interpolate between. What I'm trying to do, it's kind of straightforward. I just want a indicator pointing towards, you know, look at my nice cliff face. I just want an indicator pointing towards the camps, for instance. I also am thinking about making item drops randomly spawn somewhere in the world. So I want to have indicators to them as well. Because it feels like you can do a lot of running around and not finding anything in the game currently, if that makes sense. So I want to just have a few of these arrows. I want to make them small and subtle, right? I don't want to make them flippin' take up the whole screen. So I want them at the periphery where they're not really going to bother you. And I want them to point towards whatever is of interest, right? So I might just color code them for totems, they're different color than for like pick up items that you can pick up. I was also thinking of a minimap potentially, and that to me feels like it's more relevant if you have like a lot of a maze type level, like a city or something like that, where there's a lot of little roads and corners and things that you have to take to get to somewhere. But over here we're just running straight across a field, right? So I just need an arrow to tell the guy, look, it's more or less in that direction. and that should be good enough. So yeah, that's my thinking right now. So I might actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create just a temporary pointer thing. Yeah, let's just create an empty pointer test thing. And I just want this to be on the floor, hopefully. Somewhere in the middle of the world, more or less. Okay. So it doesn't have to be anything, it just has to be there. Now, distance from player. I could also do that. World to screen point kind of thing. How would world to screen point? So world to screen point, if I understand that correctly, that'll just basically like cast wherever this is. It'll transform the coordinates to screen coordinates so that it's on the screen. So it's like that's what I use to get the mouse coordinate in the world, for instance. That could work if I want, if I make these arrows UI, like I put them on the canvas instead of in the physical world. Yeah, and then clamp it to remain inside the screen or camera bounds. See, that's where the interesting things start happening now. It's like, then clamp it. Clamp it how? Is there a clamp it function? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that currently. I'm doing it the hard way. You see, the thing is, I made this the mouse to screen, so the mouse point to screen to world coordinate thing ages ago, right? It was one of the first things I had to do when I started making the game. I can't even remember how it worked. I remember fiddling with those functions for hours, trying to figure out what the hell Unity is trying to accomplish there. Yeah, so currently this thing is not a UI element. It's literally a 3D mesh in the world floating right there. Because getting this thing to point somewhere is pretty straightforward, right? I could just make a little script here, and I can call this the totem pointer, for instance. Make it a script. Create add a script, and then I should just be able to, on update, I should be able to do transform dot forward. No, what? Dot rotation dot equals to. No. There's one called forward. Yeah, forward equals, and I give it some way to point at. And I could literally do transform dot position minus. Okay, let's see. I want a transform here, so let's do serialized field. Test. Call this a transform. Arrow test point. And I could just say minus arrow test point dot position. Right, and I also do a dot normalized. Just so now, just like that, this thing will point towards my arrow test point. This is gonna fail. Let's see. Okay. Ready or not? Let's have some code fail spectacularly. Okay, so I drag in my test point, so it's now got a position. And this thing, let's just make its orbit like 25. So the distance. And now this, we just make that 0. Let's see if this works. Okay, let's take the Ranger for a spin. Oh, I think I reversed it exactly. Yes, I did. I did reverse the script exactly. So it should be the other way around. In this case. Like that. Oh, I could have just added a negative. Okay, never mind. It's fine. It's fine. Now it should point towards the center point. Let's go. Select the Ranger. Yeah, look, there it goes. It's a bit jittery, right? So I might want to do one of those quaternion or whatever things where you can make it a bit less jittery. Yeah, but I mean, it's totally pointing towards something in the area. It's not perfect, but it's doing something. But now, yeah, it's kind of in the middle. Now, you could say that's good enough, right? It doesn't need to be at the edge of the screen. And I think I've seen games that do it like that, where the indicators are not necessarily over there or up here. And maybe for now this is good enough, right? I just really needed to not jitter this much. Okay, but getting rid of the jitters, that shouldn't be too hard either. I think my player has a script that does that already. Let's go see how I did that. If collision, no, it's not there. Yeah, I make a look direction, and then I lerp, and I have a rotate speed, and this makes it way smoother, right? Yeah, something like that. So we have a look direction or point direction in this case. Now we can make. And then we can have the quaternion with it. Okay, that's just the axis that it's rotating around. That's the direction it needs to look towards. And then we just lerp towards that rotation, to that position. Or that, yeah, whatever, 2 rotation points with some speed. That'll get rid of the jitters. Let's copy that. A lot of this is going to break. No, totem pointer. So instead of just doing that nonsense, we do this nonsense. So we have now, okay, so where are we looking towards? We can actually just use the arrow test point position straight. Yeah, that's good enough. Then the 2 rotation should be the look direction vector up as our. So we just need rotation speed. We can simply make this 0.5f. I don't know. I can't remember. Then transform.rotation. We don't do transform.forward, I think. So then this should work as we plug in a quaternion. Okay, let's see if this works. Me just recycling some code. Let's go. Okay, select the Ranger. Oh, wait a minute. I see the problem. I know why it's jittering like this. Because it's attached to my movement. Okay, so it shouldn't be completely attached to me in that way. Yeah, it's because the indicators and all this is attached to player. Yeah. So I wanted to rotate around the player, but maybe not like that. So what if we just take it outside? Okay, and we say indicate or indicators. Create a script over here, create an add, and open. I mean, okay, and this would be transform dot position equals layer manager dot instance dot transform dot position. So it stays with me, but it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't rotate with me. It only follows my position. Let's see it now. Yeah. Okay, I could make it rotate faster, but that's pretty smooth. And I can do my thing. Right. I think this might be one of those situations where, you know, don't let good enough be the or don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough, right? That is an indicator, and it's doing its indicating thing, right? Okay, it's kind of weird if I get too close to the thing, so I can maybe code something that, you know, it just kind of disappears when the thing is on the screen, for instance. Whatever I'm trying to locate. But I mean, this looks fine, if I'm honest. If there's like 10 of them, that might be a problem. Yeah, but I could just make them a little more subtle, right? I don't have to make them super blue or big or anything like that. And there is probably a better way with maybe the screen world point to screen or something like that, and then you clamp it so it's within the camera view or something. One of those things, right? I just don't know. I don't know how to do that. But I can Google. I can learn. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that kind of works. So I could really realistically just leave it like that. Yeah. And then I could just add some kind of a spawning script so that whenever, you know, whenever a level starts, it kind of goes and looks around for, or it spawns indicators based on the amount of enemy camps or whatever that's in the level. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. Just I have to go use the restroom real quick. Let's throw up a be right back over here. Switch this off and mute myself quickly. Be right back. 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Yes, get this thing up again and get rid of that. Okay. Okay, so we got a rudimentary arrow thing going here. Now, I will definitely go do some research, I think, to figure out how to get this thing, maybe make it something on the canvas, a UI element, and use camera to screen, or one of those interesting or, a better method, perhaps, to not have it be physically floating inside of the world. But for now, it's physically floating inside of the world, and that's completely fine, I think. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to make it float like at 30. What would be also cool is like if, the thing it's pointing towards is within or close to the screen or whatever, it should just kind of disappear as well. I think I could already do that, actually. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's do... I mean, this is very crude, but that's fine. So we can also do transform, and then just the arrow mesh, let's say. What I could do, so this is the distance, right? So we can calculate the, wait, this is just the distance. Look direction, that is just the distance. Okay, so we can do if look direction dot magnitude, right? It's less than 20. I have no idea. Then we can do arrow mesh dot game object set active false. I think so. And then we can do else we just make it true, right? Now they might else. Okay, let's do it else if. Else if. I can already see it's gonna flicker. We do if the magnitude is greater than 25, it comes back. Right, so there's a bit of a dead zone there, which is better because obviously it's gonna flip and start to flicker or do something funny. Okay, so let's see how that looks. We could obviously just drag the arrow inside. Okay, arrow, go there. Save that and play. Okay, grab the ranger. We can make that a bit faster as well, but now we can run towards this thing. Run. It disappears. So, but now it should be on the screen at least. I think. Actually, I actually don't know where this is. Okay, maybe we should make this physically a thing, right? So let's just put a mesh there. Make it a snail, and we just put a mesh renderer. This is now the smallest snail in the world. Okay, let's just get one of these materials on the snail so that we can at least see the snail. Okay, Mr. Snail, you're getting this one. I don't know if it's gonna work. That looks fantastic. Wow. Okay, that's not the right one for the snail. Maybe it's this one? Maybe it's this one. Oh, jeez. Okay, this thing is not working for me. Okay, let's just make it a nice blue. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're running towards wherever this thing is pointing. And we... Okay. Oh yeah, it's just very slow at updating, right? Okay, but that's okay. We could make the distance even greater, I feel like. Less, I mean, less. So we can make this like 15 and 20. And we definitely want to make this speed like 6 times faster, 3F. I think this is good. Let's have a go. Yeah, so now it's fast enough that I can't break it by just running around. Okay, it's pointing towards that thing, sort of. And it disappears. And does it reappear? It reappears. Okay, it's a good enough indicator, right? I think so. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I like this. It's not amazing, but it's fine. Okay, we could put this in prefabs. Maybe we should have a different prefab thing here. Pop-ups, player characters, enemies. Folder. Create new folder. We'll call this UI prefabs. I don't know. Other. Okay, so the totem indicator can be an other prefab, right? Okay, so now this is a prefab. Okay, and what I'm thinking is when this thing spawns in, we can make a indicator spawner, attach it to this, and then it can populate this point specifically. I think so, yeah. So we can make a function here that the arrow mesh is kind of already there. But we make a function and we just call it set. Let's make it public void set. Pointer target. Set pointer target, that sounds good, like a function name. Set pointer target, basically what we want to do is we want to make set pointer target imp, and we should give it a transform new target. Right, and then we want to do arrow, and we're going to make this, whoopsie. Pointer target. Let's just call it the pointer target, right? Just to make it nice. Okay, and a pointer target. Yeah. And we do pointer target equals new target. So we set the new target. And the arrow mesh, it's fine. That doesn't make a difference, right? So we just set that. And that should be it. That should work. Yeah, and then we spawn it, similar to how we did the bomb spawner and all the other spawners. So what we can do now is we can add a script to the indicators object. and we can call this the indicator spawner. Create a script, call that, create an add. Okay. So now we have the indicator spawner. Okay, and it's gonna work similar to how something like the bomb spawner works, right? Where the hell is the bomb spawner? The bomb or the arrow spawner for that matter. Bomb spawner. Okay, here's the arrow spawner. Okay, so basically what it's gonna do. Okay, so it has a transform here, for instance. This is not just a position, but basically what it does is it spawns the arrow, so that gets called. And we can call this at the start. So let's copy this and let's go work on it over here. Indicator spawner. Okay, so we spawn indicator arrow. Okay, spawn indicator arrow. And then we have a spawned indicator. Okay, wait. Spawned indicator arrow. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we instantiate the arrow game object. Okay, yeah, okay, so we need to actually have something like a serialized field. Yeah, we need the prefab. Yeah, we need to insert the prefab. Yeah. So if I look at the arrow spawner again, yeah, we just need the prefab actually. No, that's right. So this would be the totem indicator, for instance. So transform totem indicator arrow. Okay. So we basically do that, the game object, and then the position arrow spawn position dot position. So no, this would just be transform dot position. So that's the spawn position. So it's just gonna position itself. Yeah, on top of me. Yeah, that's fine. And the rotation doesn't matter. We take that out. Spawn position. Okay, wait. Fine, transform dot rotation. We just rotate it according to whatever. That's fine. So it'll update immediately. Then we have a script instance inside this, and we get. Okay. Okay, the script we want within the indicator, let's just go to Unity, so that, or the component we are looking for. So within the totem indicator, we want to get a component called what? Can't remember. Come on. Totem pointer. Right. Yeah, so this indicator is going to get my prefab. Other prefabs. So it wants this thing. Okay, and then this thing has a component called totem pointer. So what we want here is a totem pointer. Okay. And then in the totem pointer, we want to set pointer target, and we insert into the pointer target something. Okay, so we must maybe do a transform pointer target, and we put this in there. Right, so basically if the spawn indicator arrow is called, it's a public function, it needs to be called with some transform, so some target, and then we set that target into our pointer that was spawned. Right? So that all makes sense. The question now is, how do we actually get this thing to spawn anything? Right, so normally there's an event or something of a kind that spawns it in. So what I'm thinking is, if we go to our totem, whoops, that's not what I want to be. I don't want to be there. Don't want to be there either. I want to be in Unity. Oh, Unity is compiling scripts again. It was so much nicer when I could disable this. So in the enemy camp, we have, for instance, this totem. And it's got a script. Unfortunately, I think the script's doing everything right now. So on start... Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so it's listening to... On wave timer reset, then it respawns. I'm thinking about it now. Hey, Dionaro. Thank you so much for the raid. Slow Drive fan. Oh, that's a cool name. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. You're watching me. Skylab Dub. Welcome. Okay. So, let's see what I have to do here now. I think I need a parent object for these guys. Yeah, I think I would have needed that one day anyway. So let's just do create an empty parent. And you know what? Actually, these two, you need to go in there as well. You guys want to see the game? Yeah, forget about the snail. And, oh. So some of these viewers are from Lana Lux. Well, welcome everybody, welcome. Let me show you the game. Forget the snail. The snail is just a placeholder thing, right? Don't worry about the snail. The snail's fine. Wait a minute. The variable pointed target item's not been assigned. Okay. You know what? Just don't. You can go away. Whoopsie. Okay. No errors. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. It's temperate. We're expecting a lot of frogs and lizards. Let's go with the knight. Let's go see what this is about. Okay, no, sorry, frog. I'm not gonna interact with you. I'm just gonna destroy your totem. Thank you very much. Oh, dodge that bomb. Alright, totem destroyed. Here they come. Okay, there's a couple more totems somewhere about. Okay, the chicken really needs to be careful. He can get bombed to bits. He needs to get into range. Let's go. Go away, lizard. Whoop, whoop. Ah, oh, got him. Smack those guys. I think there's a totem down here. Need to take it out. No, man. Ah, there we go. Okay, let's go find the last totem. Get this wave over with. Yeah, these guys are now stronger. No more one-shotting them for me. Am I running in the wrong direction? Why is this frog coming from down there? I might be running in the wrong direction. That's why I'm working on a pointer system, so that I can have a sense of direction. I mean, I made this level and I can't find anything. So just imagine the player. There we go. And we just need to clean up all the remaining frogs and the lizards. There we go. Cleaned up. What do you want to see next? The ranger or the wizard? Unfortunately, I didn't gain a level. That's bad. Let's see. It's temperate again. So I would say the ranger is probably our best bet. Let's see if we can't make our lives difficult by letting these the enemies spawn as much as they want. Where are they? They probably... There's our snail. Oh. The ranger is weak. No attack speed. It's kind of bad. But I'm fast. It's fine. I am quick. Quick fast. And I'm shooting ballista projectiles that penetrate through all my enemies, no problem. So I can wave clear without it. Why is this guy so fast? Hello? You can't be this fast. It's only... Okay. It's only 50 seconds into the wave. This is ridiculous. There we go. I'm getting into it. Okay, there's something wrong here. These frogs are slow, and the lizards are too fast. Oh, that's a strong frog. He takes multiple hits. I want to level up. Yeah, I need to level up. This is terrible. Okay, let's destroy the totem. Okay, I might have made a mistake. No! No! Please! Please, let me demo my game. They're not gonna let me do it. I might have to restart just to play the wizard. Mistakes were made. Ah, thank you so much, Dinora. I appreciate the raid, man. You can run, it's fine. It's fine, you can run. I understand, people need to sleep as well. You can't just game there forever. Oh, I died. Unfortunately, as you could hear, there's nothing stopping these guys from continuing to to hit you when you die. Okay, let's see. Temperate again. Come on, man. I want some swampy environment. Okay, but that's fine. Let's go, little owl. He really struggles. But he doesn't struggle with the frogs. Let's go get a totems destroyed. I need to get XP for I think I need to do that. I currently don't get any XP from killing totems, but I think I should. I think that feels correct. Okay, let's see. There should be another camp up here. Ah, this wizard is so slow. You really need to keep these little lizards off you. They will overrun me. The spawner seems a little bit undertuned right now. Like, there are almost no enemies spawning. There's one frog. Yeah, okay. I might be doing some math incorrectly for calculating the spawn rates. Go figure, hey? Get out of my face. Oh wait, but I also already destroyed the totem, didn't I? So that would also make sense why the spawn rate's less. Okay, let's get rid of this one. I like using the totems as a way to get my fireballs to explode prematurely and destroy all the little lizards around me. There we go. There we go. Okay, how many totems are left? I think it's just the one. Can't remember where it is. It seems like it's up here. I leveled up. No, it's not up here. That's where I started. I really need to finish my indicator system so I can find these things easier. Ah, there we go. Bam. Take one of those. How do you like that? That's a tough frog. Okay, cool. So my guy can level up a little bit. Emphasis on the little bit. Smells like swamp. Expect more frogs. You know what? I'm actually gonna check something. So let's go to one of the okay, let's just select this guy. Let's pause. I just want to see how many frogs are we talking here. So one of these spawn points. No, it's not in there. Where the hell do I spawn frogs again? I think it's in the game manager, but I need it in debug menu. Debug mode. So, ranged bomber enemies are spawning once every second. Ooh, this is going to be spicy. So that's 3 a second because there are 3 totems currently out. I'm already on 43 HP. Okay, well, it's been fun. I'm just gonna die. 33 HP. No, get off. Yeah, no, there's no way I'm surviving this. I definitely need to tweak my spawner calculations because I think it's... You get into situations like this where you get 3 frogs a second, and then you can also get into a situation where nothing spawns ever. Yeah, and I'm the owl, so guess what? I can't kite these guys effectively. I can kill them effectively. That's not gonna help. Bap. Oh. Okay, I died. And they start chucking the bombs. Okay, so there's some balance problems. Need to figure that out. Let's have a go at this indicator thing, right? Because I need to figure out how to find things. So I have... Wait. Where's my buildings? Oh, they... Oh, I didn't rename this. Ah, jeez. Enemy... enemy camps. Right, so enemy camps all go into this game object. And then I think I should add a script to this, which would check how many camps are spawned, find their locations, and send those locations over to the totem indicators. Something like that. Okay, my naming is already all over the place, it seems, so this is not going to great. It's not going to go great. Anyway. Okay, so enemy camps. We should add a script here, which is, let's say, now what do we want to call this? Indicator enemy camp indicator start. I don't know. Indicator set. Okay, you know what? Let's call it set enemy camp indicators. There we go. That sounds like a script name. Create an add. And my scripts are just getting all over the place. Okay, so what does this thing have to do? So I think I just want to make a function. I don't need any of these. Start could be useful, but I want a function here. Function called. Do we want a public function? Let's just make it public for now. Yeah, because I have two ways of doing this. I could either listen for an event and then run a private function, or I could have this being... I think I'm going to make it a private function. Private void. Okay. Private void set enemy camp indicators. Okay, then we want to find all the components. So would this work? Game object enemy camps. Make it an array of enemy camps, maybe. Enemy camps. Enemy camp children. Wait, why? It's okay. Enemy camp children equals. Okay, so why is it not liking this? I should make a game object array, right? Something like that. And then call... Yeah, okay, I'm doing this backwards. Game object array. So it's an array of game object. I'm calling it enemy camp children. Okay, and what I'm going to do here is game object dot get component or get children. Is that a thing? Get. How do you get the children? Get component. That makes sense. Get component count. Get component in children. Get component in parent. Wait. Somebody's helping me. Thank goodness. Okay, wait. You can get child count, then get each number. Okay. Is there a... Okay, so how does that work? Is it also game object? Game object dot get child count. It's not that easy. I'm assuming it's get... yeah, who knows? Oh, just child count. Or just... I think I get you. Oh, it's on the transform. Of course it is. Ah, yes. It is. Okay, so get... Would it be get child count? Get child count. Okay, so let's call it... this would be an integer, right? Int number of camps equals transform get child count. What? Oh. It's just child count? Oh, okay. So this should work. Okay, number of camps is the child count. And then you're saying what I should do is form so wait, is there a thing called get? Maybe it is transform dot child, get child, and then you just insert the child number. So if I do get child 0, that would be the first child. And now I have the child. Ah, look at me. Transform child count. What am I trying to do? So I'm trying to just... Okay, so let's go to Unity. So I have this enemy camps thing, and within it I have a bunch of camps. Now, all I want to do is just get the position of each of these camps, and then send that position over to my indicators over here. And then I want to spawn an indicator for each camp and have the indicator point towards the child, or the camp, right? So I just need the position of the camp to get all this stuff going. But I'm kind of a novice, right? So a list of transforms. Oh, geez, like it. That's true, hey? Oh, wow. I'm dumb. I don't need the actual child. I just need the position. I just need the transform, right? Wow. Yeah, so I could totally get component in children and the transform. Oh, jeez. No, you're absolutely right. I don't need to make this complicated. I could just literally do a transform array, right? And transform array, all the camps. I don't know what to call these things. All the camps, and then get it control. Jeez, that's so obvious. Even do I have to do game object dot get component in children, or can I just do get component in children? Get components in children transform. Okay, so you're saying that if I do that, it'll look at the enemy camps itself, this thing, and get that transform too. But then I have this transform and then the transform of each of these. And that's bad. Ha. But this should be the first one, right? So I could skip over it. Many ways this could be done, yes, and I know exactly none of them. But I'm learning some of them. So, okay, so this is definitely an option as well. So this would be more useful if I actually wanted to do something with the game object, right? But technically I don't want to do anything. I just want to get the... I could drag and drop them in the inspector, but the enemy camps, I want them to spawn in at some point, right? So I don't necessarily want to have them static, like there's 3 camps, right? It's a prefab. I want to be able to spawn in 5 at some point, right? For instance. Or maybe on the first level or first wave, there's only 1 camp, and then they increase in number, and then I want this script to pretty much figure out how many camps are there and add an indicator for every single camp. That makes sense. Okay, but I have all the camps, and now I could just simply do... Why do I have all the camps? Is this going to return this thing to me? What is this going to return now? Do I need to do game or transform. Do I need to do that first? Let's just assume I do. You think is it good? Is it good like that without this? I don't know. Is it just knows that it needs to run this from wherever the script is attached? Okay. Yeah, so it automatically refers to the game object. So I know I don't need to do something like game object first, right? But I could. Okay, whatever. Let's leave it like that. Okay. I learned something. I could just do that. Okay, cool. Now I could just do a for each, right? For each transform. Let's call it camp. In all the camps, we need to do something. Okay. So here, what I can do is I can have the serialized field thing. And let's just put out no game object. And we'll call this the indicator. Indicator spawner. Right, and then for each of these, I want to run indicator spawner dot. No, okay, I can't remember. Okay, what did I do with my indicator spawner? So the enemy camps, that'll always exist, and the indicators thing would always exist. Okay, I guess it's an indicator, and then there's indicator spawner inside there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. If camp equals transform, then continue. Oh. Well, actually, you're right. I can just do a quick debug log. Instead of doing anything here, I could just be debug. Debug.log. Log me the camp. And I should maybe just do this on start for now. Set. So now when it starts, it should run this at least once with all the camps inside. Theoretically. And this thing shouldn't be complaining. Yeah, it's not. There's a few other complaints here. "15 hours watching dev streams. Whoa! Okay, something's broken. Ah, I know what's broken. It's my totem indicator. Okay, but let's get rid of that. Rob wood plank. Oh, jeez. Oh, this thing is recursive or something. It just goes through all the stuff in my camp. So yes, it starts with enemy camp. That's good. Then it goes into the camp and it's like, oh, look at this. There's a building in the camp. And in the building, there's this plank. Whoops. Okay. So maybe... I could check a tag, I guess. I could also add a script as well. And then instead of getting the transform, I get a script. This script. This is a camp. New script. Okay, and this is a bad The camps do not have any awakes or starts. Well, they didn't, but now they have the script, which this is a script, so now it has a start and an update. They can just register themselves rather than the other way. Oh? Okay, but I'm gonna try this quickly. Oh, geez, this thing is getting so flippin' complicated. Okay, all the camps get... Okay, so I want to get... This is a camp. It doesn't like that. Okay. Because it needs to be... No, it... Sorry. Up. This is a camp. Right? And then it needs to be a... like that, right? So then for each... this is a camp in all the camps. Log camp dot transform. This should work, right? Because only the camps should have something like this. Oh wait, no. Well, if I wasn't being dumb, I think I was being dumb. Yeah, I'm still in play mode. So nothing was added. Okay, let's do it in the actual prefab. And then let's add it there. So now this is a camp script. And all it does is tells me that that is in fact a camp. I have a sneaky suspicion that this is going to work. Oh, okay. It's not going to be very efficient. I see what you're saying there. Because it's still checking every single child. And then figuring out it's not a camp. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's still recursing through everything. Okay. So your way of doing it is better. I need to log itself. I'm like, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. So this thing will still get component intro. It'll still check every single child and every single child of the child, etc. That's terrible. Yeah, you're right. So it would be better if the camp itself tells this thing, look, I'm a camp and I'm here. Try it for each. For each transform child in transform. Wait, I don't understand what that means. For each. Wait. You mean literally like this? For each transform child in transform. What does that do? Okay, I could still call this camp, hey? So for each camp in transform, each transform type, shouldn't this still have the problem and that it kind of goes through everything? Oops. This should still go through everything, right? I should probably have some brackets somewhere. like that. Oh, it gives you transform. Oh. Yes, like that. Learning so much. Can't wait to forget all this stuff. You know how it goes, eh? Wait, where's Unity? Unity? Come on. Only immediate children. This would be amazing. It's been months since you touched Unity, but you know it so well. Or you... Is that it? Did it work? Oh, that's amazing. Okay, geez, like that made it way easier. Okay. I think I've been in Unity for 6 months now, if I'm being generous. Might be 3. I think I started in December. Yeah, no, that's not 6 months at all. It's like 4. Okay, this is cool. This is exactly what I wanted. So now, okay. Okay, let's see. So now we can get the indicator spawner thing going. Let's see what this indicator spawner thing is doing. So inside the indicator, there's an indicator spawner. Okay, and I can't remember what I wanted it to do. And there's a public function that it can run that spawns in indicators. Okay. So let's do... so what if I just made this indicator indicator spawner type? Indicator spawner. And I just say indicator spawner dot... Ah, jeez. Spawn indicator arrows. And insert the camp into it. Wait. That should work. I'm gonna test this. Hopefully a bunch of indicators pop up and point towards the camps. That would be... This would be quite a surprise if it works. You can definitely color me surprised if this works. Okay, the first indicator I need to get rid of actually, because it's just breaking stuff. Let's just untick that. Okay, let's play. Okay, nothing happened. Why? Oh, wait. I needed to... Okay, I know what I didn't do. In the enemy camp script, yeah, I still needed to do this. There we go. I forget that, like, always. But anyway. I saw them. There they are. They spawn, but they don't work. Okay, so it tells me there's something there, and there is something there. And then the other one... So, okay, my indicators are spawning, and they're just broken now. Look at that! It's pointing me to all the right places, but it's not following my character anymore. Okay, where the hell did they spawn, though? They should have spawned as children of this thing. They're just right there. Okay, my spawner is broken. There's... I should be able to do spawned arrow indicator dot set parent or something. How do I make it? Ah, damn it. Parent. You need to become the child of the thing that's spawning you, man. Why can I not remember? I'm sure I do this already with... Because I have projectiles here somewhere. I had projectiles here somewhere. Yeah, projectiles. And I have an arrow spawner. Wait. Are my arrows not being spawned correctly either? Okay, let's play. I think my arrows are also not being spawned correctly. Okay, shoot, shoot, pause. Inside projectiles. We have 0 arrows. Instantiate, instantiate. Add instantiate, instantiate. Object original transform parent. Wait. Oh, yeah, I don't understand. Instantiate. Oh, jeez. Instantiate. Instantiate. Okay, let's see. What does this instantiate do? I actually don't remember. Okay, game object original position. What are these other things that we can add here? Oh! The what? 1, 2, 3, 4th thing. We can add the parent. Ah. Okay. So if I just do this, and I say transform, that would now be the parent, and this transform is the spawner itself. Alright, I think that's the one. I think that's the one. I have faith that that is the one. Okay, let's play it with that. See if they pop up. Hey, there they are. They worked. Inside the right place. Yes, like it. And they now swim at the right size. And they follow around. And they keep pointing. And let's see. If I go close, they should disappear. They disappear. And they reappear. And they disappear. Ah, okay. I finally did it. Okay, maybe I should change the distance a bit, because this one's clipping off the screen. Or... yeah, I should maybe... The way they are orientated in the world might be a bit wonky, but that's fine. This is pretty good already. I like this. This works for me. Very good, very good. I've done a thing. A thing has been done today. What time is it? Oh, geez. It's 10 minutes before I need to get to work. So that's enough of my game dev hobby for today. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Can I also raid somebody? I have no idea. I don't even know how to raid people, because I'm a bit of a noob. Is there somebody else? Okay, that guy's Portuguese. That's not going to work. I haven't been able to raid. It keeps failing. I don't see anybody that I'm following. So... Why is this so difficult? Who should I raid? Do you guys know anybody good to raid? So that I can get to work on time. That's probably not going to work either. Let's see. This guy, what's he doing? He's doing... this looks kind of cool. Well, it's also Portuguese. Why is there so many Portuguese streamer right now? Yeah, this guy's making a RTS game. This is too much pressure. Wait, I can... Who should I raid? I'm outsourcing this decision. I don't know who to raid. What's this guy doing? Small man with dirt for brains tries to make cannon tower out of a hill. CM Griffing. Search CM. What does he do? No idea what he does. But okay, I outsourced the position, the decision. So let's go. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I will check you tomorrow if you want to come by. I'm here the same time every day. Thank you for the follow. Drop me some more follows if you'd like. I'll see you guys. Watch this fail now. Watch this fail. Oh, it's not failing. Hey! Great stuff. You guys ready to raid? Let's go. Enjoy. Have a good one, eh?